Take one, take two. Good evening. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. We have established a quorum. Thanks for everybody's attendance, both the board and the audience. Thank you for being here. Item number 2 is executive session, but we're going to jump past item 2 and 3 and 4 and go ahead, and we'll do that at the end of our meeting, so you guys can exit timely and stay if you'd like. The next item would be number 5, the Pledge of Allegiance. Please. We'll just do it ourselves, okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. Item number 6 is the citizens desiring to address the board. Sandy, did we have anyone sign up for that? Okay, thank you. Item 7 is the chancellor's report. Dr. Wallace.
Rest of the academic year, but that's in there. I'll let you think about any questions you may have there. I'm excited. Yes, go ahead. Sure, okay. You bet.
So, section 1.4, governing board training. It says it falls on the higher education coordinating board for compliance, but I guess I don't quite understand that because it's training for us, right?
The coordinating board has been tasked with all your training from this point forward that's required by law. So when you're a new regent, for example, the new regent or new trustee orientation, now the coordinating board will do. And then there is supposed to be the development of a lot more training for you.
Doesn't exist yet.
Doesn't exist yet.
Perfect.
There are trainings around fiscal responsibility going to come. There will probably be some trainings around HB8 funding. 99% of the time they offer those online for you. I can't imagine them changing that because it would just be impossible for boards to travel to Austin every time they needed training. So that will come to you in the coming months. I don't. They're trying to stay on top of the coordinating board right now of the House Bill 8 funding and some other things going on in the state. But it's primarily just saying the training associated with Senate Bill 37, how to assess what to do will come from the coordinating board.
Okay. How about 2.1, decision-making authority regarding hiring? Just says that there's an annual report that's due. Timing on that, what's in it, who's going to do it?
The annual report to state government will have to be a board report in which you have verified that I have evaluated all instructional and student affairs positions from the dean director up level. That is now my responsibility, so I'll give you just examples of titles. All the vice chancellors, all the AVCs, I have to evaluate all the instructional deans, and I'll have to evaluate the AVCs and directors under student affairs. That report will come to you from me. Then you have to send a report saying these things were conducted.
Timing on that?
Timing will be, normally for us, would be around the May or June board meeting event. We try to get those done.
Okay.
And will that happen in 2026?
Yes, ma'am, it will.
Okay. Okay.
And one more.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not. Let me think.
Would you clarify 2.3?
So in the discipline grievance process, what that translates to is this. You can no longer turn over a grievance from a faculty member to a group of faculty. Where grievances could have been, in years past, I might have said, let's create a tribunal of peers to evaluate the situation. They have no standing now with Senate Bill 37. They can be the final say on nothing, both curricular and disciplinary and hiring. And so as a result of that, I can't just say the faculty did this job to discipline this faculty member, I have to do that. And then if it's severe enough, I would have to report that to you.
So if there were a grievance of, let's say, a faculty member, would they still go to their chair, their dean, just like they always
Yes.
have?
It doesn't usurp policy we have. They'd still go in that order. But for example, if the grievance reached my level and was severe enough, and those grievances that are spoken to mainly in Senate Bill 37, I would argue are less instructional grievance than mistreatment, unfair political bias could be one of those. We're seeing that already. Boards are being reported by students where faculty are being perceived as being politically biased, and so the boards are having to take disciplinary actions on faculty for some political viewpoint they may have expressed in the classroom that is not deemed neutral. We'll have to cross that sort of as we see it, but the process doesn't change, Dr. Bellows.
Okay. When you say faculty, what about all other employees?
Senate Bill 37, primary focus was on faculty.
Okay.
It was focused out of the state's desire to end anything associated with DEI. That's the purpose of the bill. And the purpose of the bill that was partly written by Senator Creighton at the time, who's now the Chancellor of Texas Tech, was to hone in on what they might refer to as rogue faculty. You've heard those terms, that they're not teaching the discipline, they're teaching political viewpoints, are biased. So I really argue that the bill was created to get at faculty not having final say, faculty being evaluated stronger, because on the staff side, there's nothing really to have the final say on, like it was perceived. It's a very heavy hit on the faculty side.
Okay. So, one last question. So, provost, chief academic officer, and vice chancellor of student affairs, or student enrollment, are those the ones that are identified?
So the board will receive a report from me as to the performance of all vice chancellor levels, because vice chancellor is considered administrative by the bill. But then from that point downward in the hierarchy, I have to evaluate them and report to you if there's any outliers.
Okay.
So you aren't doing the actual evaluation of those, you're still only evaluating me, but the gist of 37 is, Dr. Wallace, I'll just give an example. I think it's the easiest thing I can do. An example would be, before Senate Bill 37, a board of regents maybe that got upset with a staffer other than the CEO did not have the ability to tell the CEO, you must terminate said employee. We don't like what they're doing. That chancellor or that president could have said, well, I'm sorry, I don't feel in agreement with that. You can punish me for not doing it, but I'm not firing that individual. Now, by law, if a regent or board of trustees decides as a group, by majority, they do not like an individual, or they do not believe in their work ethic, or they do not want that person here, I'm now by law required to terminate them.
If
And
we
that's-
all are in agreement.
It does not have to be unanimous. A majority of you can vote to dismiss someone.
So, does the board have to do anything when there are vice chancellors or provosts hired?
Yes, ma'am. So when new people are hired, new positions at the vice chancellor above, the board will act on those new hires.
But no one else?
No one else.
Okay.
Because those are considered the executive branch, so to speak, if you want to use kind of government terms. But what that means is what we plan to do based on legal counsel advice is to put that on consent agenda, and it becomes the same kind of item as faculty contract. It's just these aren't contracts, but you're approving that. But then again, you're left with the ability to terminate later if you see fit, or ask for an evaluation and saying, I'm hearing something.
What about reassignments or job changes?
That is not required for board approval. So when, in the intermediary, I can manage as necessary. I can promote, I can move to different departments. It's just at the beginning, they have to be approved for hire. And then, if there's some bad evaluation or a reason the board decides we need to do something, they can terminate and overrule my hiring practices.
But you can move employee A to position, employee B's position?
Correct.
None of that has to come to the board?
And I verified that with legal counsel to make sure we were correct.
Okay,
Perfect.
all right. Additional
On a
questions?
bit of good news, I do want to say congratulations to the college. In the spring of '25, and it takes them about a year to get you the information, but the Carnegie Foundation for Advancement of Teaching and the American Council on Education released its updated Carnegie classifications. As a part of that, NCTC was classified as a higher access, higher learnings category. So that's a big issue for us, and it'll be on the front page and have a stamp of approval, so to speak, that we can keep on our website until 2028. So I would really ask that everybody give a round of applause to the faculty and staff for that designation. And then finally, you have before you the new rules associated with NIL, that is name, image, and likeness for athletic programs. This is not a vote-on policy. This is a procedure that has been created. I just wanted you to have a copy of that procedure. And basically, we are seeing community colleges using NIL money, and that's where you pay your athletes to play for you. And we are beginning to see that, so I just wanted you to know we have a procedure in place in the event that happens. Thus far, we only have one athlete with a more of an agent than an NIL, but we are seeing that request coming. So, and that's my report.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, where are we here? Okay, the next item on our agenda, item number 8, is a special presentation, the Open Education Resource Presentation. There we are.
So it's the team of Ensign Bell, I say.
Ensign Bell, yes.
They are very, you've heard from them before, and I always love for them to come yearly and give you an update, so please.
I wanted to just reintroduce ourselves and reacquaint ourselves since it's been a year since we've been here. But I'm Tamar Bell, and I'm speech faculty, and my colleague over here is Jared Ince, and he is English faculty. So we wanted to just give a review to everyone of the privilege of just being a part of the OER movement at North Central Texas College, and we sincerely thank all of our board members for your direct support in this. And OER is just open education resources, open licensed textbooks that allow, the best part, to make textbooks free for students. And since 2006 to 2018, textbook costs alone in that duration has increased 190%. And I'm not even talking about when I was in college, but just between those years. So that's a big jump, and Open Education Resources has really made an impact in that process. So not only does it save our students money, a lot of money, but it is also a great privilege to faculty because it allows us to customize learning better to the students at NCTC in a way that publisher resources cannot allow faculty to do. So we are really excited to be here tonight and give you all an update of what we've done in the past year. And our wonderful e-learning, Axel over there, made this image for us, and I thought that this was such a great representation of the OER movement at NCTC, because starting with all of our wonderful board members to the chancellor, to the administration, to Dr. King, to faculty, staff, I can't even tell you there's one area of the college that doesn't participate in this work in some way or another. And I kept thinking the entire time as I was preparing this update that I think the best way to describe the OER movement at the college is the word unity. And it really, I was thinking about how it comes from the word unitas in Latin, and it means to be one. And I just can't describe the OER movement in a better way. That doesn't mean we haven't had challenges, but we sure have had challenges. But I think the things that allow us to be one is the support all around. Jared and I had the privilege of being part of the Higher Education Coordinating Board training just in the spring semester on this work. And what we found out was that North Central Texas College had the largest number of OER grants in the entire state of Texas. And thank you. I sincerely credit the entire college. There's not one portion of the college, just as I said, and I'll reiterate for emphasis, from the board members and all of your direct support. None of this could be possible without everybody being all hands on deck and being supportive of this work. So we're really excited to bring unity through this work in the college amongst many ways. So we're excited. But we wanted to share some updates with you all, and we wanted to share that by the end of spring 2026, this end of the semester, 21% of all NCTC courses are going to be fully OER supported. That is over 300 courses. And that's a big jump from fall 2022, which was only 13.4%. And that is, again, a direct outcome of all of your support in this movement and in this work. So by summer 2026, 71% of our core curriculum pathway will be fully OER supported. That means more than the majority of students who take their core curriculum classes have OER courses supported in each of the courses they take. So 21 courses have been in development using these OER supported textbooks, and it's going great. We even have, just at the end of the spring semester, our LVN program will now be fully OER supported. So that is 8 OpenStax coordinating board written OER textbooks that they are using. So yay for them. But this is really exciting because as we moved into our new Barnes and Nobles program, we've learned how these two resources really work together in the best interests of the student. So we have a great working relationships with OpenStax and their director. And OpenStax is kind of seen in the OER world as the standard of OER in high quality production. But their director said that we definitely have the lowest costs with the Barnes and Noble's inclusive access at $24 per credit hour. And that is solely because of our OER course offerings. So I think it made a big impact. So when students know how to use both of these programs together, they're saving even more money. So they work great. But the big drum roll and exciting thing is that we have saved our students $2.2 million in textbook saving costs, and that is no small feat. And again, a real big credit to everybody working together to do this work. So it's very exciting because since we have been here in 2024 and you all have supported us in both years with the institutional grants, we have given an 889% return on your investment. So you all have graciously given us $50,000 in each of those years, and we want to make a correction because I think in your notebooks it said it was one for, what was the percentage? Yeah, $22, but we're correcting it because it's 889%. So that is a healthy return on investment, so it's great. But with our grant work, in addition to all the institutional works we've done, we currently have 2 textbooks that we are fully writing as a college. So welding, Dean Smith is in here, and the history division is writing their own textbook. So we are going to have our own North Central Texas College fully open textbook that is adaptable to anyone internationally. So that says a lot and puts our name out there in a big way. But we were awarded 6 grants this past 25-27 cycle, and that's about $94,500 in grant awards in that process. So as I mentioned, we are the #1 college in OER grant awards, and that is something we are really excited about. And I do think it's also a representation of how everyone works closely together in all the work that we do. So since 2021, we have done 9 Coordinating Board, OER grants, that's $120,000 in grant awards. And again, I just want to say that none of this would be possible without your direct support, because even the grants, because they have such a short turnaround time in the request for applications, that they, most of the time, especially in the books we've written, they ask us to provide matching funds, right, for our institutional buy-in in that process. And that would not be possible without the awards that you all have provided for us in such a short notice. So by having that OER support, we were able to write those 2 textbooks and fulfill those 6 grant requirements in that shorter turnaround time. So we're really excited to continue this work. We are so grateful for your support and everyone at the college. I'm going to turn it to my colleague, Professor Ince, who's going to talk a little bit about what we've been doing institutionally with all your support.
Thank you, Tamar. And thank you again. I just want to reiterate my thanks as well to the board and to our administration for the continued support that you all have offered us for these projects. OER is one of my favorite things to work with because of how it brings everybody together. I get to interact with faculty members and administrators and staff that I would never have gotten to work with just as an English teacher at NCTC. And it's just a blessing to get to do this work. I wanted to share with you a little bit about what we have done over the past year in terms of OER work. We, really the past 2 years, we have engaged in 2 summer development projects over the past 2 summers, developing approximately 18 courses using OER resources. We have worked over the past year with the LVN nursing program, like Tamar mentioned, to develop 8 courses, replacing their Elsevier textbooks with OpenStax resources, saving students thousands of dollars actually across that program. These pictures here that you see on the screen behind me are from our Open Education Week that we created last November. Throughout the week, we had several different programs happening, several different events for students. We had a pizza pep rally for students. We had a leaders lunch for the chairs and the deans to get in and talk about OER and how it's being used in their divisions. And then these images in particular are from a Friday professional development event where we had Dr. Natalie Allen from OpenStax come in and speak to faculty and staff on OER and AI use and talk a little bit about how to implement OER in their courses. We've done other development events throughout the past couple of years. We've worked with our library to give a presentation on licensing and OER use, specifically as it applies to copyright law, because that is one of the big questions we have from faculty is how do I make this work legally? How do I actually do this without breaking a copyright law or plagiarizing by accident or something like that? And so we had a presentation with Sabrina from our library to talk about copyright. We have worked, again, Tamar mentioned the Barnes & Noble Equitable Access Program. We started creating resources for faculty and staff and students so they know how to navigate that in connection with these OER-based courses. And we have developed a strong partnership with OpenStax and with the THECD to help gather more resources for faculty and staff at NCTC. Again, I want to emphasize that the resources we've developed for faculty and staff and for students to help use, to help create OER is largely through the support that you guys have given us. Thinking forward, we have a conference that we are happy to announce. NCTC's first ever OER conference, hosted on the Denton campus, will be April 17th. We've invited speakers and participants from other colleges in the area, from UNC, from Collin College. We're going to have a day of learning more about open educational resources, how we can implement them in our courses, how we can implement them at our institutions. We want to target this not just to faculty, but also to administrators as well. We have also on that day been selected as a THECB grant site visit. Because we have numerous grants awarded from the THECB for this grant cycle, Dr. Elizabeth Tolman, who is actually going to be our keynote speaker at the conference, is actually coming to visit with our various grantees, talk about their projects, and provide additional support from the THECB. I think this is a great opportunity to kind of further our relationship with the coordinating board in regards to OER. We're also anticipating a future grant cycle to be announced in May, and we would like to apply for more grants. We've already been working with the history department to talk about another textbook that they want to write, and so we are looking forward to that announcement as well. And then finally, we are anticipating a third college-wide summer development project for OER courses this summer too. So those are our plans, and we wanted to thank you guys again for your support. We would like to take the opportunity today to ask for a third round of funding from the board, if you are willing to do so. For the past 2 years, you have funded us $50,000 each year to advance OER at NCTC, and we would like to continue that process, again, for things like textbook development, course development, and also professional development programs. So happy to answer questions, but thank you very much. We are still learning. We're still learning how all of this fits together, to be honest. I know in my own courses, some of the courses I teach use the Barnes & Noble Equitable Access Program. Actually, even though I'm the OER person, right, some of my courses use the Equitable Access Program and use the textbooks that our department has selected through that program. Other courses use open educational resources. And so Tamar and I have worked with our e-learning department, with marketing, to develop resources for students so that they can help to decide how to engage with that program. In some cases, even if they're taking OER courses, they save a lot of money by still remaining in the Equitable Access Program. In other cases, it does benefit them to opt out of the program if they're taking many OER-based courses. Either way, I think it's been, I think we're learning to navigate a very good relationship between the two to save students as much money as we can. Regents. I don't know if that answers your question.
You didn't say it's awful.
Oh, no.
Which is a good thing.
Dr. Bellows, I was going to say that, you know, a lot of it was a learning curve at the beginning to understand how to navigate both, but we truly have found that, you know, if we can empower students to understand how the Barnes and Nobles work, they're both fantastic programs to save the students money. So that's what we've spent a lot of our time last semester in November, just empowering faculty, staff, and students directly on how to utilize both. And if they understand both programs, they're both excellent.
But Barnes & Noble is working with you.
Yes, they've answered all our questions. They've taken all of our calls. They've addressed all of our concerns, and we had many. So they answered all of them and did so with much patience and grace. So I will say, yes, they're both working together very well at this point in time for all of our students. So thank you.
Yeah, what would be your biggest challenge? I know with everything there's challenges and hurdles. What would be your biggest challenge that y'all have encountered so far?
Okay, I would say the biggest challenge is just helping our faculty to understand. I think it's one of those movements that's a slow and steady process, and I think that works well. It's like the long haul, the turtle race, but once faculty is in support, they are all in. So I think the greatest challenge is helping faculty just understand that these are high quality textbooks. This isn't the OER of 20 years ago that are just starting. So I think just meeting them in their concerns specific to subject areas. I was happily surprised that we had even the support of our math department. So that was one of the things where I'm like, I don't know how this is going to work. I can't help. I'm not a math person. I'm a speech person, right? But even math has gotten behind it. They've developed 3 courses in the last year using OER because there's so much available and there's so much resources available. So I would say, to answer your question, is the challenge is just meeting professors and faculty alongside their concerns and just being patient in the process to just keep addressing those questions and concerns.
Okay. Is there a time and a date, the 17th, is there a time and we're about in, is that conference going to be in Denton, you say?
Yes.
And what's the time or what? 8:30 a.m. 8:30 to 1:30.
Other questions? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate your work.
And so, Madam Chair,
Yes.
we'll bring a request from the OR group next month.
Next month. Yep, can't do it today. Okay. All right, so, you probably laid them up here. We'll go ahead and have the board committee reports, which is the next item on our agenda. And while I look for mine, Christy, can you do the finance
Of
first?
course, of course. Finance met on March the 26th at 8:30. We had our first meeting with Ms. Ferguson. We did introductions. We discussed the monthly financials, talked on updates about the maintenance report, or maintenance notes, discussed the Flower Mound revenue bond. Positive pay has now been implemented at the bank. We discussed the budget progress for 26-27 and briefly touched on a potential tax incremental reinvestment zone that may come before us. And then we adjourned.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll give the executive committee report. We did meet on March the 23rd, and we called the meeting to order. We reviewed and discussed items that pertain to the current legislative concerns with House Bill 8 funding, the governor's 5-point plan. We discussed the May 2027 election, maintenance notes, and the board meetings and the appropriate amount of either workshops or cadence of committee committee meetings or regular meetings, and we adjourned at 10:30 a.m. All right, do we have a building committee report?
Yeah, the Building and Technology Committee met on March the 23rd. The meeting was called to order at 7:30 with all members present. The committee was introduced to the new Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Annette Ferguson, and the new Director of Procurement and Facilities, Mr. Alan Trammell. They were formally welcomed to the Building Committee as staff liaisons. We discussed Clark Hall. Dr. Wallace informed the committee that the new dorm project was on time and on budget, and still is expected to start within the next 2 weeks. We were also updated on other projects. We were given an update by the staff regarding projects, specifically the completion of the roofing project on Parker Hall. Then we discussed maintenance notes, and we had a good conversation on those, and the committee reviewed the list and offered input. And then we discussed Bonner Hall. We discussed the overall viability of renovating Bonner Hall. Dr. Wallace recommended the only minimal improvements be undertaken at this time, pending the completion of Clark Hall. He further suggested allowing a 1-year period following the opening of Clark Hall to assess whether a reduction in student occupancy may alleviate the current challenges that we have with Bonner Hall. And then we adjourned at 8:30.
Okay. Thank you for that report. And then we'll move on to reports to the board. The first one is financial. Ms. Ferguson? Yes, welcome. We're glad you're here.
Thank you very much. Chair Metzler, board, you did receive the packet, and the financials were included, pages 13 through 20. I will just point out a couple of things. First, on page 13, you'll notice the total board reserves were just at a little over $17 million. It's not much of a change from what you've seen previously. And on page 14, where you're looking at budget comparisons, you can see student services, financial aid, use of funds is a little bit over budget, but you also see up above where federal funds are also above budget on the revenue side. And all of those have to do with student aid. When that money comes in, and then we turn right around and ship it back out the door to our students. And so although those show to be over budget, they offset themselves, and so we're still in good shape there. You also have a copy of the cash flow report, which shows you we've got about $36 million. This would be page 18. You've got about $36 million available to be spent. And then your monthly investment report is pages 19 and 20. Again, it's pretty standard from what you have been seeing, but I would welcome any questions that you may have.
Questions? Okay. You do have a question?
No, I just, we would certainly be open to other reporting formats or whatever you're comfortable with, but thank you for keeping it the same this month.
I always like to kind of keep it the same until I got my feet well
Sure.
on it. We'll look at how we might be able to make some improvements. And so if any of you have any wants or needs in the reporting, please share with me, and I'll be glad to explore that.
Okay. Thank you for your report. All right. The next item would be the maintenance note report. Ms. Ferguson?
Yes, I'm going to introduce to you someone you know, Mr. Paul, and he is going to cover with you the handout that you have and talk about what some of the numbers might look like.
Paul Jason with Specialized Public Finance. I've got hard copies for y'all. This is the same presentation the Finance Committee saw. So, Christy, your Finance Committee, this is the same presentation, just with a different date for today's board meeting. Just wanted to give y'all an update. This is just an information item. We're just seeking direction tonight from the board to help us eliminate the amount of projects you want to fund. Right now, we're looking at $6.755 million. This amount can change. We've got about 7 to 10 days if we want to change this up or down before we need to get our offering document finalized. So we do have some flexibility there. We're looking at a 10-year amortization. This will be a fixed rate transaction. We use 3% growth, and that's an important number for our tax base growth. That's whatever growth we achieve from our 1/1/26 value that'll be out in July. With all these assumptions, we are looking at a tax rate impact of just less than 1 penny, so 0.0095 for these projects of roughly $6.755 million. As far as the interest rate, we're looking at about 3.8%. If some of y'all may have noticed since I was here in February, since the war started, rates have gone up quite a bit. We still think we'll accomplish this tax note under 4%. Again, we've got about 0.25% of cushion in here, so if we were to take bids today, it'd probably be around 3.5 to 3.6%. And that's in line with what you sold your 24 and 23 tax notes. Everything was under 4%. If you give us direction to move forward per the timeline, we'll be back in April. We'll take bids that morning and then have the final bids for this board and staff to review, and then we'll close towards the end of May. Next page is just some supporting information we provided before. This is our tax rate impact model. Moving from left to right, we've got your tax base. The 3% number, obviously that's not firm yet until July. And then our interest rate of 3.8%. We think both of these are pretty conservative. This is structured around all your tax-supported debt. So we've got all your existing debt, your notes and geo bonds, as well as these proposed tax notes. And that has a level debt service we structure for the next 7 years or so. And that goes for a tax rate to support this debt of just over 4 cents, so less than 1 cent to finance these projects for campus improvements. Next page is just the sources and uses, and again, this number can change. This is just a number we're working off right now. If this does need to move up and down, up or down, we have about a week and a half to modify this. And then the financing timeline, again, this is just an information item for the board. And then we'll be back to the board on April 20th with bids in hand and close on May 20th. So I'm happy to answer any questions. And that, thank you for all your help, and Dr. Wallace and all the committees. So.
Questions? Hey, I know the Finance Committee did review this information. We're not taking action upon this evening. It's just a presentation. The action would come on April the 20th at our board meeting. Okay, other questions? Thank you very much. All right, the next item would be the enrollment. Ms. Carroll.
Good afternoon or good evening. It's a little earlier than usual. So thank you all for being here. In your packet, you have the 2026 spring enrollment report that you've received in the past. And I just want to highlight some of the areas in the packet. I believe it does reflect a stable enrollment environment, although we have a decline in our prior spring semester. And I just want to share some of the key points and then also some efforts that we'll be doing over the next year or so through some partnerships with other colleges and entities as well. But in your packet, you see that we have a current head count of 7,378 students total. That is a decrease from last spring at this time of 2.8%. However, we are, again, like I said, we're going to do some partnerships and some targeted outreach for stop outs and students that have some credit but no credential yet, really to align with House Bill 8. And we're looking at some possible vendors that can help us with part of that. Additionally, I just want to mention, and I know we have a lot of topics about students being on campus and things like that, but you'll note that we have our primary enrollment that continues to stay pretty consistent is our online environment of 5,447 students who are in that largest modality. Within the report, that does reflect across the district, there's about 49% of students who are strictly and only online, and then 30% are in online and then other campuses, which means they can do both because they can fluctuate across our different campuses as well as the online environment. Which also reiterates really our flexible learning environment that we have across the district. Additionally, I do want to mention or note within the packet, you'll see some pretty consistent growth on the Gainesville campus and as well as our Champion Circle campuses, attributing largely to dual credit, Red River Promise in Gainesville, as well as some of our health and technical programs. And then in Champion Circle, we have an increased number of dual credit students attending that campus and some other programs as well. And unfortunately, some declines across some of our Denton County campuses. Primarily, you'll see Flower Mound. Last year at this time, we did have an increase of international students who applied at that time. And unfortunately, this year we don't have a significant decline, but there are less students enrolled on that campus in Flower Mound, so who identify as international students, and that led to a decrease in the number of applications that we received for that particular campus. Additionally, within your packet, you'll see that we do have the actual look and demographics of our student population. We have 59% are female and 41% are male, and the majority of our students are under the age of 25. We do have a large adult learner population, but the majority are under that age, and that what the state actually identifies as the adult learner under House Bill 8 is 25 or older. So just important to reflect that. And then you'll also see that our Hispanic students represent the largest ethnic group at 27% currently. A few other items that I wanted to note that we do have 31% of our students are Pell recipients. And then also our part-time student population is at 66%, and then full-time is 34%. And I'll just remind you that dual credit is included within all of those numbers, so it could shift if we were to exclude our first time in college students within that. So I just wanted to share that. Finally, in the last two parts of your packet is a update from fall of 2025 where we are with completion and graduation. The college is excited to announce that 524 degrees and certificates have been awarded with 500 graduates for just fall. And so additionally, you'll see that the average GPA is 3.2, and then 46% of our students who receive a credential with us are also students who receive Pell. And so we're very proud of those reports, proud of the student affairs team, and just collectively across the college with all of our, we talked a lot, I feel like, this evening on the various reports about collaboration. These reports are presented from student affairs, but it's a collaborative approach amongst every division at the college. So just wanted to provide just some insights on what's in your packet, but here to answer any questions that you might have. And again, to Ms. Ferguson's point, if in the future you want to see anything different included in the report, we're definitely happy to present it in a different format and some other data elements.
Be a decline in enrollment outside of the years of COVID and the things that we see as normal. It is somewhat concerning. And, we talk a lot about various committees and do we really look at the enrollment process as a little glitch where we're not there, or is it?
We do.
Okay.
I think we look at ourselves and we're actually looking at the phone system right now, just full transparency across the board as a division and across all of the divisions to see if there's any gaps there. We also are looking at possible focus groups with students, as well as some ways to really get good student feedback as a result of some of those concerns. At least for sure within student affairs, we're going to hopefully start receiving feedback, not just in focus groups, but as students are help assisted. We're working on surveys and going to try and launch that before we open fall registration. So trying to get good student feedback and looking inwardly, is there anything that's not working? Developing a new application that's also underway. Hopefully soon that will be coming where it's not quite so difficult for individuals to navigate that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Flower Mound is a campus that we anticipate maybe, we've got 623 students there. How are we going to keep those students?
From a student affairs perspective, we're going to coach them to completion so that they want to retain and stay and receive a credential with us. And we're working with instruction to look at course offerings to see if there's a need and survey. At least from my perspective, that's what we'll still be coaching those students. So,
I mean, if we dropped from 7,000, if we dropped 623 students, that's close to 10%. So, I mean, we've got to retain those students. We've got to do some recruiting, some media presentation. We've got to do something to maintain that 10% of our student population.
What percent of Flower Mound, Dr. Wallace, are complete an associate's degree, and what portion are just?
We can get that data for you. What you see in Flower Mound is the swirling student to a large extent. The campus was built for the purpose of academic transfer, of co-enrollment even perhaps down the road. And with House Bill 8 funding now, the challenge associated with that is if a student comes to any campus and takes 1, 2 classes, and that's all, no state funds whatsoever. And so if they're not completing in Flower Mound the Associate of Arts or Associate of Science, because there is no formal technical program there, you're going to find that Flower Mound will not have a positive ROI from a state funding perspective, and that's a challenge we're having. I would argue that it's not been that enrollment management hasn't tried to encourage those students to continue on. It's that the nature of that student is, but wait a minute, I'm already going to, UNT, but I live there and I want to catch that extra chemistry course, or I want to catch that other. So we're in the thralls of institutional research department of looking campus by campus for how that's funded by HB8, so that we not only have program assessment and maybe, we're also doing athletics, but we'll have campus specifics to say, here is what is House Bill 8 funded from that campus, and here's what's not. Now, beauty is all of those students are not, are out of district paying a higher tuition fee, but we're looking at that as we speak.
How far is it from the Flower Mound campus to the Denton or the Corinth campus?
Well, not far in miles, but it depends on what the traffic.
30 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, it's 20. Yeah.
And do we have I think you said you're going to basically have kind of a heat sink map of where those people either live or if they're taking other classes?
Yeah, we do. We're looking at that. We have that for Cook County right now, and we're looking at using either Lightcast or some of the other products that can do for Denton as well.
That would be interesting data
Yeah,
to review.
it would be.
And in the event, if we did have to make a difficult decision with the campus, even if that was closed, we would help students try and navigate what's closest proximity, so they would still be able to complete it in CTC, even if it was an alternative
These courses-
location. I'm sorry.
These courses, the top 10 courses that are they also, let's see.
Each one of your
Courses as well?
yes,
So, yeah, almost all of them are all,
yeah,
they could take most of the same courses online as well.
correct, yes, we
Are
could.
all of your science courses now on the Denton campus? Do you have any remaining science courses on the Corinth campus?
Yes,
Oh, yes.
yes, we have them in Denton, Flower Mound, and
Flower Mound
Corinth.
still. And we're still
Yes.
doing Flower
And at
Mound.
mid, yeah,
right
there's
now.
still,
But no A and P and micro? Or
Yes.
are you?
Yes,
Yes,
we
there
are.
are.
Until MSU exits their building, we're going to keep using it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
and we're looking at the data, the way the schedule is laid out right now for summer, and we'll be looking at it for fall to see, working with instruction, if there's any other options there as
But
well
Dr.
for
Billis,
summer.
to your point, that is what worries me too, is because there's a big draw for the chemistry, biology, A&P, and if we lose, even just losing the MSU facility is going to be a bump, I'm afraid, to the 600 we even have now. But that's one of the concerns, and we can, because if you look at that, you're still heavy on the non-science, but it'll be interesting to see how many students that might affect.
Okay, and then the Champion Circle, 104 students.
A good majority of those are dual credit from the high school. If you look at continuing education, which that's something that we need to bring to you as part of our enrollment report, because a continuing education student is a fundable student. I can give you more data on that, the majority.
So would you say that, and I'm not trying to put you on the
No,
spot here.
it's fine.
But continuing ed, is it supporting the Champion Circle? I mean, we see 104 students. Are those all students or academic students?
This is all academic. Anything in your packet right now is credit students on the enrollment. On the completion data at the end, that is non-credit. So it is a very valid question, and it is, because if you look at the return on investment as we're looking at everything, we're going to have to, once we get a handle on the credit side, we're going to have to pull in non-credit to the great work that department's doing that is very fundable, and I don't want to speak for Dean Flushy, because she definitely could speak to that, but it is something that what's in your packet right now is credit enrollment.
So just what we're seeing here would cause us to question
Correct. Yes.
the validity of
Yes, ma'am.
maintaining the Champion Circle campus. But there is additional information somewhere that would probably really enhance our decision to maintain our position with Champion Circle.
And I would say this, Dr. Bellows, the Champion Circle is now the third largest producer of outcomes for House Bill 8. So, I mean, they are. So because of the technical nature of the campus, we're getting more state dollars from Champions than we are the totality of Flower Mound. Or Denton, for that matter, to be honest.
And as we're looking at return,
Placement data is not required by the state yet. That's a TSTC model, but you mean into the job market? Yeah, we're starting to track that because we know that that's coming legislatively at some point. But that's a TSTC model right now that we're fully expecting next session to have to. In fact, I expect that at some point, a portion of House Bill 8 funding will not just be completion, it will be job placement. And I'm concerned it will even be job placement in the discipline in which you are instructing, because TSTC right now gets money for job placement if you go to work for an hourly restaurant and you have an engineering certificate. That is correct.
Absolutely.
Sure, you bet. Nursing, we have data on that.
What are those we don't know what those campuses on the, Champion Circle, we don't know what those courses are. What are those?
Did in all this.
HART,
That's HVAC.
okay,
They're all
It's all
technical?
technical.
It's
They're all technical. Yeah, it's all technical.
Those are all,
Correct. It does. Correct. And it's all technical.
They're all
We have
technical.
started the process, I believe, Dr. King, of introducing academic courses at that campus, and seeing if those make, but it's very much intentional, for a technical program generator
And the state is funding
yes,
technical programs pretty well.
at a higher rate than academic.
that's what would be, like your credentials of value and high demand occupations, short-term credentials, that's a lot of what the dual credit population that's a part of that group.
And honestly, as it concerns me, as the model was built under House Bill 8, the credential of value is still applied to academic degrees. And I don't know that everyone really understood that as a state universally, to say that I have to prove that an AA leads to a job, to your point, and is credible standing alone. And that's a concern I have. So you're going to see the college working on meta majors, because they do pay the meta major better than they do the general studies degree, because general studies blocks in liberal arts with it. It's the same zip code. And as a result of those two together, liberal arts, and I'm one of those, pulls down the general studies in job placement and return on investment to below 50% in the window of time. So we're working on that, not only as a state conversation, because that would be very damaging to all of our community colleges if you begin to defund or not fund at the same level your academic transfer degrees. And so you're seeing instruction right now working on meta majors in particular disciplines to make sure that students really have that. And that's what the coordinating board's asking us to do, is create discipline specific.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for those reports. The next item on our agenda, item number 10, is the consent agenda items A through F. Do we have any need, or would any board member like to pull any of those off for individual consideration?
And Madam Chairman, can I make one comment,
Yes.
please? This is to your questions about Senate Bill 37. In the future, if we had a new senior administrative level being hired, it would fall on this.
Yeah.
And we will be working with the board on what kind of data you may want to see in addition to that, an attached VETA, something along those lines. We've not done that with faculty. We've just presented that because it's been vetted through the process, but that's where you would see that. You don't have any this evening, but you would
Yeah, I
normally see
noticed
that
there
in the
weren't
future.
any of those.
No, we have a
yeah,
retirement, I
yeah.
think, is about it.
Right, yeah. All right, if I do not have anyone that would need any one of those individually removed or multiple of those, then I would accept a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented.
So moved.
A motion by Dr. Bellows, do we have a second? Second by Ms. Sullivan. Additional discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your right hand. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, under items for discussion and action, item number 11. A is the consideration of setting the tuition fee for the 26-27 academic year. Mrs. Ferguson and Dr. Wallace.
Thank you. We come to you tonight and ask that we set the tuition and fee for the 26-27 term based on the table that is presented here. It represents a $5 increase in the general fee, so it goes from $55 a semester credit hour up to $60 a semester credit hour. We've taken a look at where North Central Texas compares to all the area schools. And by this increase, it will not impact our standing in, excuse me, it will not impact our standing with the colleges that are around us. So for instance, when we're looking at our out-of-district, I compared ourselves to Collin, Tarrant, Grayson, Dallas, Weatherford, and then also the two universities, UNT and TWU. With a $5 increase, without the $5 increase, we are number 5, meaning that we have 4 schools that are less expensive than us. I'm thinking, how do I want to say that? And then we have 1 school, Weatherford, which is more expensive than we are. And we are also less expensive than both of the universities. With the $5 increase, that does not change our standing or our evaluation when we're comparing ourselves to the other schools around us.
Change us. So what's Weatherford? What's Weatherford?
Oh, Weatherford is, when you look at a 12-semester credit hour schedule, our total per semester credit hour is 212. Weatherford is 245.
And that's for an out-of-district student.
Out of district. And that is as of spring 2025. That's the latest data that has been published.
Other questions?
Are you comfortable with that number? Or
Yeah,
I mean,
with me, and with our staff, the best scenario is always don't. I mean, you'd love not to have to. But we worried about the governor's tuition and fee freeze. He mandated that to the universities, but it was placed under education code that is only reflective of universities. However, community colleges did our best to acquiesce as well, to say, okay, listen, we understand the spirit of it, so we'll do that. Colleges across the state have already begun the process of increasing their fees and leaving their tuition the same. I know that one of our colleagues, for example, South Plains College, just totally out of our area, but an example of a similar size college of us, they went up on their fees even last year and again this year. So
do what?
their out of district is comparable to ours, and we can pull that, sure can. I think they're at 210 or a little more for out of district, 212. We've normally been asked to just look at our North Texas region. Now, Annette, that puts us in the state for out of district still in the higher margin, but not the highest, correct?
That's correct. We're like number 46.
Yeah, which is where we normally sit and have for probably 15 years or so. So.
And you're asking for 7 or 5?
$5.
We're asking for 5.
The $5 generates right at 639,000. I was doing some data pull today and looking at House Bill 8 funding with some of the guardrails that the coordinating board is suggesting at this point would go to the coordinating board in June or July. Those shifts in performance will affect our base tier unless they change something. And I didn't really think of that honestly until today. I was talking to a colleague that also receives base tier. Base tier is where you have a low tax district and you're receiving extra funds because they don't believe you generate enough to warrant the differential. So what that means to us, if I'm looking at the data correct, is it could mean as much as an additional $700,000 loss in HB8 funding because it's a 51% reduction in base tier monies. We have 4 colleges that will no longer get base tier if that happens in very rural colleges. So right now I'm pushing back personally for NCTC's fact you know, coordinating board a little to say, listen, you said it wouldn't affect base tier. If we drop the adult learner, it's going to affect base tier because it reduces the amount the pot has, which reduces the 5% legislatively mandated to be toward base tier. So there's less money to earn, therefore we're earning less. So that worries me. This dollar amount helps us not to navigate some of the things we've had as priority. It helps us navigate timely care to continue that, you know, for our students. It helps us navigate the loss we may incur. Now, those are future money, so you can budget accordingly. It's not a current loss. We had initially thought they would not put these rules in effect till 27, 28. If they meet in June, they could go in effect as much as 26, 27. So we need to budget accordingly, and that's what we're working on right now for those losses in the coming budget cycle. So it helps us make up for some of that loss. We have a larger adult population of learners than other colleges, so that will make a ding on our state funding.
So are our technical programs comparable? I mean, how do our, I want to take welding. I mean, how does it compare to other institutions?
We're very strong on technical education programs. The majority of our performance tiers coming out of either that or the completion of the associates right now.
I'm talking about cost. Cost to attend.
Costs to attend are not differentiated, so it's whatever their regular tuition rate is right now. The only differential tuition rate I'm aware of is some of the colleges, I believe Weatherford, I know Grayson, does a higher tuition rate for nursing programs. But the cost doesn't change that dramatically. It's their normal tuition rates.
Thank you.
Okay. Other comments? All right. Since this, let's see, we are under, so we would need a motion to approve the tuition and fees as presented.
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Henderson. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Mr. Grime. Additional discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your right hand. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. The next one is the consideration of setting the residence hall board and meal rates for 26-27 academic year. Ms. Ferguson.
Yes. We've gone back and done some studies and tried to evaluate how our meal service, food service contract is faring. And we found out it wasn't faring quite so well. And so to break even with what we are paying to our food service provider, we need to increase the cost by $1,000 per student per semester. And so we are asking you to approve that increase so that we can break even on our food service program.
When does this food service contract begin and end? Food is fixing to cost a lot more. So have they gone up? Can they go up?
They've already gone up, so this rate that we're passing tonight would meet the next year's contractual obligation. What it does is it breaks us even. You know, you all, when we looked at awarding that, said, hey, if there's an increase, we need to pass along, and it has greatly increased. One of the things I think we need to remind ourselves, too, because it sounds really harsh on students, we will also be increasing the cost of attendance data to reflect this so that financial aid eligibility and Pell will be increased to be awarded. So it's a way for us to still support the student and say, yeah, that's a big hunk, but you still are going to get more financial aid to help you with the cost of attendance. So that's one of the things that will also be altered when we increase this, that we've been working on, even when Dr. Miller was still here, to say what's a truer reflection of our cost of living or our cost of attendance.
Can we get a meal plan for a student that doesn't live on campus? Yeah. Okay. So is that rate increasing as well?
What we will do is after you approve this, the rate for a student that is just buying a meal ticket would go up, And it probably will be a slight increase also to any staff that buy that discounted meal rates. But they're pretty reasonable right now. We haven't gone up on some of those in quite a while. But yeah, I mean, it will be parsed out throughout the whole process. So instead of a $3.95 salad bar, it might be $5, which is still pretty
Yeah.
good deal for in town.
A full meal,
Might need to
right
come here
now, a
for
full
lunch.
meal is
Full
a
meal.
little under $7.
Yeah, and you can't get that anywhere else. And we
Yeah.
have community people that eat here.
Oh, yeah, do you really?
Yeah. Because they know it's a great buy.
It's a good deal.
And,
My husband
and a
eats it.
salad bar is, like Dr. Wallace said, a salad bar is like $3.82. That's what I have pretty much every day, so.
Every day. All right. All right, thank you very much for that. So we would need a motion to approve the residence hall and meal plan rates for 26-27.
I would like to make the motion that we increase it a little more, that the meal rate, the room and meal rate for Bonner Hall be 35.25, and for Hayes Hall, it'd be 36.25.
Okay, wait a minute. 35.25.
I mean, who wants to pay $11? I mean, can we just make it 20? You would rather go.
Oh, yeah, wait a second. You're right, thank you for catching. Okay, hang on a second, Lisa, hang on a second. We have a motion already. Do we have a second? Okay, so we have a second. So now, go ahead with your discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't need to discuss it. I just think I think food's gonna get higher. We're building, I mean, there's just a lot. I mean, and it's $14.
And it's helping us set equilibrium, so to speak. We're not gonna come back with 1,000 every year. It helps us get the new contract in place, equalize it so that it's maybe $3-5, not this much. This is a big adjustment to break even with food service.
And break even is a scary situation for us to be in, honestly.
I mean, that $14 is a cushion.
It's nothing, yeah. Okay.
2 frappuccinos.
Okay, so we have a motion. Sandy, can you repeat that motion, please? Yes. Okay. So we have a motion and a second for those, that motion. Do we have additional discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your right hand. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. All right. All right. The next item is consideration of all matters incident and related to the approving of the Bachelor's of Nursing degree program. Dr. King.
For giving me the opportunity to talk about something that we've been working on for quite a while. I'm going to provide some general introductory comments about these 2 programs, and then we have people from the divisions who will give you very specific information. This is something that I work on all the time, and I don't want to assume that everybody I don't want to say a term or a phrase that somebody doesn't really follow, so I'm going to kind of say certain things, but we are a community college. We're able to offer associate degrees. We've called those 2-year degrees my entire career, but we know, you just heard Melinda talk about, most of our students don't finish in 2 years. 66% of our students are part-time. Our students, many students, not just at NCTC, but students at community colleges don't fit into the same buckets as many other higher education students. We take students how they come to us. And sometimes that's a challenge, and we welcome that, but what we're going to talk about tonight, I think, is just another viable option for students in our areas. I think that and I remember many years ago when I was working on my degrees, I did a significant amount of research on this, and one of the questions I ask is, why would a community college, at that time we called them junior colleges, why would a community college go into the work that's already being done by universities? And I think really it's not one simple answer. It's really quite complicated. But community colleges are able to offer something that many universities can't do. We offer access and availability to many students. Just some basic general information about what's happening with the baccalaureate programs at community colleges, and especially in Texas. Texas community colleges have steadily been adding these. We have about 64 programs, bachelor level programs at community colleges in Texas right now. Some of our neighboring colleges in the areas, Collin, Weatherford, Dallas, Grayson, they have bachelor level programs. And it's just been a steady growth across the country. Some states are a little bit more aggressive than others. Texas is one of those states. So approximately of the 50 community colleges in Texas, about approximately 10, 15 are doing this, branching out into this area. The programs that are typically targeted are workforce shortage specific programs. Education, nursing, and technical fields. Those areas where we can't find enough people to do the work. So the two programs you're going to hear tonight, they will address a couple of those areas. This is a long process. Tonight is just one part of the conversation, getting your input and possible approval. We've already been working on this. This was presented at our Dean's Council. Our Dean supported these two bachelor level programs. It also went to Chancellor's Cabinet on March 17th. We voted and approved moving forward with this. It also went to Instructional Council. That is the voting mechanism at our college where we make decisions about the academic programs that we offer here at the school. And then tonight, for your input, is just one more step in that long process. If you decide to move forward with this, we'll continue. It'll eventually go to our coordinating board. Then we'll take it to our accrediting body, SACS, COC, right now. And then there's some specific area approvals we would have to get. Texas Education Agency is one, and then also the Texas Board of Nursing that we would have to pull in for the BSN program. I'll be honest, and I think the presenters after me will address a couple of these areas. There are a few unknowns. One involves the staffing. What we'll have to we would get into it and then kind of discuss what we would really need depending on how much we can cover with existing personnel. Also, you heard the Chancellor mention a few moments ago differentiated tuition. That is another conversation we might have. Should BSN tuition be higher than associate level? We'll also talk about which of the programs would be first. I know they'll probably fight and say, no, you go first or you go first, because there are challenges being the first one at a school. And then also, we're still in the discussion phase about how we would really deliver that. You heard the popularity of online, but online is not for everyone, as you probably know. As I mentioned a few moments ago, when you're thinking about this, you might say, as a community college, are we straying too far from our mission? I think that is absolutely a legitimate question. Really what we do here is we flex, that's the word I use, we flex to the needs of the region. And so I think the real question would be, is there a sufficient need in our region? And I think the answer is yes, there is. There are students who will not, they want a bachelor's degree, but they will not go to where it is. we would meet those students right here and be able to offer those programs right here at our college. So I'd like to commit this to you as well, and I know we're going to hear from some program experts in just a second, but I'd like to tell you, should you decide to move forward with this, I commit to you that we will do it the right way. Also, we will bring back periodic progress reports for you so you're updated on exactly what's happening. There will be no surprises. We'll make certain that everything's done the way it needs to be done. I'll answer any question you have about this at this point, but then if you don't have a question for me, I'll ask Emily Lewis, our division chair for the ADM program, and the Dean Newsan. Why did you ask me to come?
Thank you, Dr. King, and thank you to the board for allowing me to make this presentation. I want to give you a little bit of background on registered nursing. So there are several different pathways one can take to become a registered nurse. There's a diploma program, which is more of a hospital-based program, associate degree nursing, and then the baccalaureate program. And as a graduate of an associate degree program, I can tell you that it's not difficult to find employment with an associate's degree. However, a lot of the healthcare facilities in the area do ask that their nurses get their bachelor's degree within a certain number of years. So most of our students that get their associate's degree do go on and get their baccalaureate just as a requirement for employment. So we feel strongly that this is going to be very popular. We get asked when we're going to start this program. It's a transition program from an associate's degree to a baccalaureate degree. So several steps, as Dr. King alluded to, the coordinating board, SACS, and then the Texas Board of Nursing. And then once we get all of those approvals, then we can begin the program and go into candidacy for nursing accreditation, which we would use ASIN, the Accreditation Commission for Education and Nursing, which is our accrediting body for our current associate degree program. Diane and I have worked on the curriculum, so we have come up with, did I miss a page? No. Oh, okay, the second page of your packet, I'm sorry. So the prerequisite courses here are all offered here at NCTC. Some of them are required for the associate degree nursing program.
How many additional courses will be required for the BSN that are not required for the AA?
I believe 7. 7. We would also award 33 credit hours for having an unencumbered nursing license, which means they don't have any disciplinary action on their nurse's license. We also came up with the actual BSN curriculum after the students are accepted into the program. 2 different options, an accelerated track where the students would take 8-week courses and be finished in a year, or non-accelerated where the courses are 16 weeks. We think that this would be more beneficial to working nurses if it was an online program. That's what most of these RN to BSN programs are at the universities. So the prerequisites are 55 hours, and then the prior credits for a nursing license are 33, and then 32 hours for the RN to BSN degree, so that would be a total of 120 hours. So the needs for the college, since it would be online, we wouldn't have to worry about additional classroom space. There's no clinical involved, which clinical is a challenge for an associate's degree program, so that's nice that we don't have to worry about securing clinical space. The Texas Board of Nursing does require that the program director has a terminal degree.
Do the 2 of you have terminal degrees?
Neither of us have terminal degrees. We do have 4 faculty members currently in the associate degree nursing program that have terminal degrees. And then we wouldn't have to do any extra simulation, which is nice because our simulation department is very busy.
Do you presently have CHEM 1406 being offered in your curriculum, or is that a course that would have to be added?
That's a course that is added as a prerequisite for the BSN. It's not a requirement of the ADM program.
Would that be a course that you would allow to be used as a science requirement in your AS degree from here?
required by the state for CTE programs than we do AS, so we'd have to look. I think that's a listed one as approved anyway, but I'd have to look again. I haven't looked in a while.
So CH 1406 is a one-semester chemistry course. In the past,
Then it would not be sufficient for the
Or-
AS. It
Yeah.
would be for a portion of the
well, it's on
science,
here for the BSN. Okay,
but not the AS.
I changed it.
right. So I'm just saying, you know, like if you could, would you please check and see if it's a non-science major needing a science class, that's perfect. But if it's, they just would have to be clear, but that's a course you're gonna have to add on your campuses, okay? It's an anomaly.
Does adding a bachelor's degree fit into the funding model?
Well, the funding model gives extra dollars associated with bachelors than with this. I mean, so for example, and I'm glad you pointed this out. Emily pointed out this is a transition program, really. So you will have had to have gone through our ADN or another ADN. But let's face it, the preference probably for the first cohort is going to go to our own students. So if you are a student who went through the ADN program, that tick mark adult learner, socio and economically disadvantaged, and you get those tick marks, which are several of our non-traditional nurses. I did some math, and what you're doing is you're earning around $35,000 of state dollars per student on the completion of the ADN. So it would be the highest funded degree we have in the college, because you're earning $20,500 and change per associate degree student out of district. $212. That's not the new rate. And then you add the additional. Well, if you do that, you're getting $6,700 for that ADN in state appropriations, because it's a critical field. It's all the tick marks. Then you add the bachelor's, you get a $7,800 on the top of that. So it just compounds to where the full student A, goes through ADN, BSN, you're getting the $35,000 to $40,000 per student.
What percentage of your present students do you think would take advantage of this?
Well, I sent out a survey to our current ADN students. I think we have around 190 students, and 98 of them were interested.
So 50%.
And I feel like our alumni would be very interested as well.
This is a no-brainer.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's
All right. You're good?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Oh. You're good.
was that-
Okay, so at this point, let me get back over to my agenda. We
Doing
would
both
need-
at the same time, or we're doing them
Oh,
separate?
They're separate, yeah. So consider all matters. Okay, so we would need to approve the Bachelor of Nursing degree program as presented. Do you have a motion?
I so move.
Dr. Belosak makes the motion. We have a second by Mr.
Tied.
Henderson. There's a tie over there.
Been a long time coming, hadn't it?
Yeah. So additional discussion. If not, then we'll go, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your right hand. Aye, opposed. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, the next item is, oh, I'm sorry.
A time frame?
Oh, yeah, that, I
Oh,
meant to ask that. Thanks for asking.
fall of 27 start date.
Wow. Sure.
Are y'all gonna do it?
Are you
You
gonna
gonna
go through
get
the
your
program?
BSN?
Awesome.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, the next item is the consideration and an incident related to the approving of the Bachelor's of Applied Science for the BAS in Education program.
Okay, thank you for having us here this evening. Education is famous for acronyms, and this is no different. You have a packet before you that kind of lines out the acronyms. So in teaching in Texas, there are two components that a certified teacher must go through. One is the bachelor's degree, and in this case, it's a Bachelor's of Applied Science in Early Childhood and Teaching, which we are calling the BAS for the acronym. And then the Education Preparation Program, which is the EPP. And these are the two things that certified teachers must have in Texas. And so on your second page, it kind of outlines the similarities and the differences. The EPP is the entity that actually does the certifying of teachers, and it's approved by TEA and the SBEC, or the State Board of Education Certification. They look and they certify the teachers and will approve that each teacher has gone through the required requirements there. There are two types of EPPs, alternative and traditional. And an alternative certification can certify someone who comes in with a bachelor's degree. So that could be someone changing their career midpoint. They might have been an accountant in previous life and now want to teach math in a high school or an elementary school, and so they would need to become certified. And so that, as we're moving forward, that's kind of the direction we're looking at, is an alternative certification. It consists of 7 to 8 courses plus clinical teaching at this time. As there are always changes in the legislation with higher ed, there's always changes in K-12 ed as well, so we're waiting on some new TAC requirements to kind of come out, and TEA will meet with us in April to kind of let us know those TAC requirements. And so as we're looking at the EPP, we have met with kind of thinking that that approval might come in the spring of 2027, and the first cohort of students could be fall of 2027. Then on the Bachelor of Applied Science end, you have a direct pathway from our AAT students here and our Child Development AAS students into the bachelor's degree. This is approved by the coordinating board and SACS, and it is a total of 120 hours, including the 60 earned in the AAT or AAS degree. So it would be an additional 60 hours of field experience, courses, and such. Once those students graduate with the BAS, they would go directly into our EPP program for their additional clinical teaching and field experience. And we are projecting that that would be approved like 27, 28, and the first cohort of students would be fall of 2028. Again, as we get into this, these timelines might change a little bit, but kind of looking at what we have done so far with the EPP is in January, Debbie and I attended the mandatory meeting from TEA to get the application, and then then our college has submitted the form of intent saying that we are interested in starting an EPP. That had to be done to even move forward and with the discussion. The application will open like June 1st through December 1st of 2026, and that's when we will begin, well, we'll begin before then, but we will start getting that ready to submit to TEA. Then TEA will make revisions, they'll come, and then recommendations, and we will make divisions, and they'll have a site visit. And then once they approve us of moving forward, they will recommend us to SBEC, and that usually happens at the April meeting for the State Board of Education certification. So approval in April, starting students in fall. Then on the Bachelor of Applied Science end, as we're working on this application for the EPP, we will also start in those forms and that with the coordinating board. And the first one, if we receive approval, will be the online planning notification form, which we hope to do in March and early April, and then begin to complete the new degree proposal form to the coordinating board. Once we do that, that takes 6 to 9 months of approval. And then we will also be approved at a meeting with the coordinating board, which we're hoping will be January of 27. And then we will then work on the SAC COC approvals. and prospectus. And then hopefully in August of 2027, we will submit that prospectus and then be ready to be approved in December of 2027 for new students in fall of 2028. So, for the bachelor's degree. Now, again, these timelines may change as approvals and work is done. So, as Dr. King mentioned, community college, why are we entering this and what are the benefits to us? I will say I have very strong relationships and working agreements with our university partners. I do not see that changing. I think our EPP is going to be very limited as we're going to start small and grow. And there's so many different certifications a teacher can get. We're not going to be able to do them all. We are doing what is needed the most. And then, so we will still need our university partners. But this will be a direct path for our current AAT students and child development students to move into a bachelor's degree without having to transfer. This will be wonderful for those that are already in the field, working in a child care center, or as a paraprofessional that want to get their bachelor's degree, but they may have children at home or cannot make that commitment to drive just 30 minutes. So this will be a way to kind of try to keep it local. It will be also affordable to students, which you will make those decisions on what that will look like, but we will probably end up being more affordable for students than the university. The EPP will be able to help local school districts who might have hired new hires that are not certified or completely certified. And I included a statistic from TEA that in 2024, 2025, 55% of new hires were not completely certified. And as a certified teacher, that's a little alarming to me. So this will hopefully help with our districts as well as we move there. And then looking forward, this could be a way of creating grow your own programs with local school districts. We could start dual credit in high school in those education programs. They can then move into child care center jobs or paraprofessional jobs as they're working their way through the AAT, and then straight into our bachelor's degree. So we're hoping that would help kind of grow our own community schools to our local districts. So there are some budget considerations that we have discussed. Again, these might change as we get into there. One of them is additional faculty. Our AAT faculty is very small at this time, so we would need full-time faculty to help with some of these needs. One of the things is to begin that hiring now to kind of help with curriculum development and such, and then keep them on later to kind of teach and mentor students. There's a lot of field supervision in an education degree, so having a field placement coordinator where they will help place them and negotiate with school districts of how many students they can take, what grade levels, and then going out to observe those teachers in the field. And then a certification officer makes sure that each student meets those requirements, TAC requirements for certification in order to be certified for TEA. And then it would be helpful to also have an administrative assistant to kind of help keep this all together, not only in the writing of the applications, but also after the program is up and going to answer any student calls and such. So does anyone have any questions? I appreciate your time tonight.
What if someone wanted to go into secondary education?
Well, right now we are focusing on early childhood based on the degree we can offer from the state. However, that's where our university partnerships become so important. Someone wants to become a secondary teacher, we have those relationships in place. We can send them to the right place. We can guide them. I know the requirements. my team knows the requirements, we can send them there. So,
Do you think that you could develop articulation agreements, say what, let's just say UNT, I want to be a secondary math teacher? Are there some higher level math classes that we have? Because in the past, those have been, the requirement has been that that would be, say, a junior level course as opposed to, say, our microbiology. You're going to be a science teacher. You need a micro class. Our micro class is 2420. So 2420 is a sophomore level course, and at a university it's 320. So it's a junior level course. Are there articulations that you have seen in other institutions where they have articulated that type of maneuver so that you can kind of force their hand at accepting that micro 2420 as a general micro?
so I have worked with university partners on those type of issues of having one class count for another. Sometimes it works well, sometimes it doesn't. It kind of depends on the course in that. But we could put those things in place, especially as we get further into this and try to have those.
What grades do early child, I don't know.
Okay, so what we were looking at, EC through 6, which is preschool through 6th grade. There's also an EC through 3, which is early childhood preschool through third grade, and those would also kind of include the infant that you might have in a child care center. We'd add a little more in that. And then 4 through 8 would cover a little bit of the elementary, but also go into that middle school area. Those are the 3 that I've recommended at this time. We can, after a few years of being approved by TEA, add certifications, and we might look at an upper level certification at that time. In going by recommendations from TEA, their suggestion was to start small because there's so much Texas Administrative Code or TAC involved in this to make sure it's done well. And I know we both feel we don't want to be behind this if it's not done right and well. So because we don't know any more problems with elementary school age children and teachers. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your presentation. We would need a motion to approve the Bachelor's of Applied Science, BAS in Education, as presented. We have a motion by thank you, by Ms. Sullivan. Do we have a second? A second by Mr. Henderson. Additional discussion at this time? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your right hand. Aye. Opposing? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
It's just an additional comment. Number one, thank you to this group because this is a lot of extra work and they've done it all on their own. Good so job. Big round of applause for them because that's huge. Secondarily, both these degree paths are what the state has asked community college to expand. They are both considered a critical field and will stay there even if they don't meet the return on investment. So the state has said these are 2 areas which we've got to increase the numbers of them. So I think that's just important as you look at the state funding model to say they're going to support this for the long term. So appreciate their work.
All right. The next item, number 12, is other announcements. Do we have other announcements?
No, you've just got some dates for your reflection there as
I
you
see
think
it
of
down
next few
there.
months, but no
Thank
other
you.
announcements right now.
Okay. Yeah. So we, at this time, we will go back and come up to item number 2, which is executive session. Do we still have, okay, we do not have a need for executive session this evening, right? Okay, so at this point, then we will move on to the next item, which is a motion for adjournment. I so move.
Okay. You don't need a second, so we're good. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much for coming.